Hello, hello. How's everyone doing today? Hope you're ready for some crime. As you just saw, we're playing the great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Because it has been a while. I thought we would take a little bit of a break from Disney. What was it? I can't remember what it's called now. Disney Dreamlight Adventures. And get ready for something more mystery. Hello, Nadalove. Hello, welcome to the stream. How you doing? How are things with you, Nadalove? Hope everything is going well. It's going well, that is good to hear. I'm just gonna start the game up. You're feeling better? Oh yeah, you said you were ill. Oh, I'm glad that you're feeling better. That is good to hear. You're just relaxing at the moment, hopefully to get it over with. Just gonna start the game. There we go. So just stop the music a little bit. Ace Attorney Chronicles. Yeah. So maybe I should recap first before starting this game, because it has been a while. I do post like streams Oh. Hi. Sorry about that. I apologize for that. We were looking for something very important, so that's why everything had to be mute and covered. Right, before all that, I was recapping. As I say, the previous Great Ace Attorney Chronicles streams are on YouTube called Lily_Tiger Streams. So do check that out. Hopefully a timer will come up. But if you just search Lily_Tiger Streams, it should come up. But yeah, let's recap. So first off, our best friend, the guy who helped us with lawyering in the previous case, had passed away. He has been murdered. Murdered. And we have figured out, but we don't know how he was murdered. We know he was murdered, but we don't know how, because his cabin is completely locked. No one could have got in, apart from the snake called the Speckled Band that came in through the vent. Now the vent is a very interesting, because the vent, we're talking about Victorian times here. So we know that the vent normally points from the outside so that you can get some ventilation, you can get some air in the room. This ventilation points towards the room next door, which doesn't make any sense, right? And that is where the Speckled Band came in from. And they reckon that he would have been killed by the Speckled Band. But the question is, was the Speckled Band went through the vent into the room intentionally, or was it escaped? And who owns that Speckled Band? Because obviously you can't arrest a snake, because whoever owns the snake, and if they did that intentionally, it would have been murder. So we shall continue on. Yes. So we were investigating, we met some sailors. And another thing, we have met the ballerina who was missing. So there was a Russian ballerina who went missing, and they reckon that she was being kidnapped. But in actuality, she was feeling pressure from being a star ballerina and wanted to run away, and ended up sneaking onto this boat, disguising as somebody else. So we have her as our friend. So let's see go, lovelies. So this is 9th of January, SS Booyah. That's the name of the ship. First class cabin passageway. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find some clue as to what that Speckled Band might be. So Speckled Band, obviously, and we have met Sherlock Holmes. Clearly, it's inspired by Sherlock Holmes. Same goes for the Speckled Band story. It's inspired by Sherlock Holmes and the Speckled Band. But Sherlock Holmes, there is a new game mode here. So Sherlock Holmes tries to make a deduction of what is happening there, but he makes some errors. He makes some deductions that contradicts his own deductions. So you have to figure out what he's trying to say in his deductions. It's very, very odd. Also, a little bit of fact. I probably said this as fact before, but Sherlock Holmes is an actual character. He is an actual character. Not in this game. He was an actual character in a Lupin III book series by a French author. And because it was around the time when Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was still alive, he was a kind of got done for copyright. As you know, Sherlock Holmes is basically Sherlock Holmes backwards. So I thought that was pretty funny. A little bit of a fact there. I don't know if anyone else knows that, but yeah. Shall we continue? We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine... Oh, and I forgot. We are the main suspect for our best friend's murder because we did sneak into his room. He sneaked us into his room because he wants us to be with him in this journey to England. And he was murdered while we were stuck in the cupboard, hiding in the cupboard. So we are arrested, and we're currently getting watched because they think that we murdered him, even though we're not. We didn't. He's our friend, and Ryunosuke is a little bit of a wuss. I don't think he will do that at all. So we're going to figure this out. That we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh, yes. He's completely disappeared, as Sherlock Holmes does. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. So I'm trying to figure out what to do. I suppose we're examining the place. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin. It's Kazuma-sama's. Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues. Hosonaga. Was he with Sherlock Holmes? Inspector Hosonaga. I tried to remember. It's been so long. I'm sure my memory will be jogged. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. Okay. Hello. Hello, my dude. What's up? I really wish we'd had a chance to look around in Miss Pavlova's cabin. Getting scary. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Apologies, my accents are terrible. Maybe you want me to throw you out again, Oh, no, definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I'll show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand? Where do lobsters spend in winter? Oh, does it mean he will throw us in boiling water? Yeesh. Maybe I should stay clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san. Thanks. So, there's this place. This is the captain's area. That door leads... Oh. It's not the captain's area. That door leads to the second class area. It's locked. I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Did she really think that I'm a murderer? Did she really think that? Didn't she see me do a case? Yeah, she saw me do the last case about the gentlewoman. Okay, well, never mind. I don't think I was... I think I looked everything around. So I think what I need to do... We need to move to a new place. We can't go in there. That's been guarded. So I suppose we're going back to Kazuma's cabin? Hi. 9th of January. SS Siberia First Class Cabin. Number 1. So this is the mess. It looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject. I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? I definitely have. I do not know who Hosagawa is. Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? No! He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'll lay his life on the line for you. Oh, but that's nice of him. I don't know who he is. Oh my god, the waiter! Oh, him. He was an undercover waiter in the last case. I remember now. The one with TB. Right. And now he's undercover as a sailor? Yeah? I can't remember. Right. Well, at least we have 2 investigators with us. Well, a detective and an investigator. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. You never know indeed. You never know indeed. Also, what the fuck happened here? Are we on the move again? Probably not. Okay, well, looks like we have to examine. Oh, there you are. Look, we're gonna have to ask him. Oh shit, what's happened here? Ah, you're back. Inspector, why are you so beaten up? What happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Made by a bear, maybe? What happened? When I told the captain I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. I miss your voice acting, really? I feel like it's like subpar. I feel like it's not as good as it used to be. Because I don't know how to voice other characters in this game. Like, the main character, I've forgotten his name, like Phoenix Wright's ancestor, I just voice normally. The assistant, I'll try to give like a calming voice. She seems like she would have a calming voice. Hosonaga, I felt like he would have a deadpan voice. You know, nothing bothers him. He just do what he needs to do. He does have TB, so I feel like he thinks nothing could be worse than TB at this moment. So that's why he probably took a pummeling. God damn. As for Sherlock Holmes, he's very overdramatic. He's probably the opposite of the normal Sherlock Holmes. So Sherlock Holmes, I always like have to overdramatize everything because he's just so amazing. He's an amazing detective. Yes, so I understand. Oh. I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. Oh, I wonder who that is. I think his name was something like Sherlock Holmes. I don't think he was German though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. All right, let's go. So the cabin next door. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Don't shout that out. Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Oh. Ooh. Oops, I think I upset him there. Or maybe he's just overexcited. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh? How? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? I feel like you're being very biased, Hosonaga. Just because you're a fan. Oops, now I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. I thought they're going to Britain, not Hong Kong. Or they might be changing in Hong Kong. I don't know. I don't know the boat courses back in Victorian times, so I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I think they're stopping nearby, which is Hong Kong, because of this crime. Otherwise, it would have originally gone straight to Britain, maybe. Would Hong Kong be halfway between Japan and Britain on the boat? I don't know. Oh, I see. Ah, there is one thing. Yes? I do have a small piece of new information for you. Ooh, any information is good information. Come on. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. What? No, we need this new information. What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. Writing on paper always seems important. The Bureau's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. The autopsy report! Nice! Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report? Oh yeah, there wasn't such thing as autopsy back then. It's post-mortem. Okay, well, near enough, close enough. Or maybe they're starting to discover autopsy. I don't know. When did they start doing autopsy? Autopsy. I can Google these things. Oh, it's the same thing. It's the examination of a body after death. La 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 la. When did it start though? I presume it starts around the Victorian era. Oh no, way earlier. The anatomy lesson of Dr. Nicholas Tulp in 1632. So he started it. Depicts an autopsy. But it's called post-mortem. Okay. As long as we learn something. Kazuma-sama. I feel like she's got a crush on Kazuma-sama. So what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebra is what's written in the report. You mean his crotch? No. I just want to be absolutely sure. I don't want to give out any anatomy. Oh, no. His neck. Right? Oh, your cervical spine. The neck area of your spine. Okay, that's just somehow worse. So he was damaged around the spine, neck spine area. Holy shit. That would have been instant death for him. Right? His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury, so at first I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Interesting. Wait, does the speckled band strangle? I wonder if that was it. How tough is a speckled band? I thought speckled bands bite, not strangle. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. No, snake strangling would have left a mark. So, I immediately thought of strangling when it thought of the neck, but if it's like damage to cervical spine, I presume he's been hit by the back of the neck. So it's nothing to do with the snake. Somebody was in there. Somebody was in there. Unless he was just clumsy and something dropped on him. Oh, I see. All the body nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. Interesting. Beautiful. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. Hosonaga is our best friend. Absolutely. He's more of our best friend than our assistant is. She still has our doubts about us. It's like, and keeps throwing us on the floor. It's like, fuck you, Sasato. See, somebody trusts us, Sasato. After all, if I didn't trust you, I would never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? True, true. Yeah, you see that, Sasato? Somebody trusts me. Do you trust me? The post-mortem report has been entered into the court record. So a report from the SS Bureau's medical officer giving the cause of death as a cervical spine injury. There were no traces of external injury or poison. Beautiful. So, the great detective. Oh, Mr. Shums was here, was he? Double positive. It's supposed to say was here, wasn't he? Okay, never mind. Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. Yep, that sounds about him. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Like anything at all? Actually, now you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Yeah, that's Sherlock Holmes. No, Sherlock Holmes. Get the character right. Hi, Peter. Hello, lovely. How are you doing today? Let me give you a shout out. How have you been? Ooh, Gears 5. What's Gears 5?
Alright, later, Louie.
I'll play with you.
If you don't mind me asking.
Okay.
Alright, Leroy, let's do this.
That's all he said. That's funny. That is funny. How you doing, Peter? Hope you're well. Shoe polish? I wonder what he meant. It was when he was over there, by the piece of broken glass. Do you see? Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-coloured mark, do you think? Gears of War 5, they shortened the name. Ah, fair enough, fair enough. So that's shoe polish? Does shoe polishes leave marks? Well, I suppose it depends on the colour of the shoe and the colour of the floor. Here is me being super duper dumb. Ah, yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Shums know that it's shoe polish? He probably like tasted it or something, or smelt it. Shoe polish always has that distinctive smell, don't they? I always smell shoe polish whenever my dad like cleans his shoes. That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san? Oh. Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red then? I presume so, yes. Yes, a little like the colour of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? So So what does that mean exactly? It means there was some sort of fight? The mark on the floor has been entered into the court record. A piece of small glass object and what looks like a scuff mark made by customer's shoes were found by the victim's body. Woo! So we're moving on up. We're moving on up. That's really all I could tell you at this stage. No, it's super useful. You found a post-mortem report. Thank you. As you return to my post, my fellow crewman's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Thank you. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Poor thing. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. That doesn't sound good. A heavy head? You mean like a headache? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. Wait, is it anything to do with the case? A throbbing head? Are they affected by something? Okay, so we need to... So it's clear that these letters were written with the ink that was somehow spilt on the floor, and they spelled the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelt out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words, or word, in Russian. Which begs the question of who did write it. I forgot about the writing. The writing is the key. Kazuma's not Russian. But do you know what that points to? The ballerina. She's Russian. And she's in the cabin next door. Interesting. I was trying to point at that. So it really is such a beautiful colour, this glass. It looks like whatever it was has broken clean in two. But the other half is nowhere to be seen. And then there's the brick-coloured mark, which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course. That's hardly a reason, is it? This is the sort of reason I would give. So, are we looking for this glass? Let's have a look on the desk. This is where Kazuma spent his final moments writing his diary. 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. So based on my understanding from the Sherlock Holmes story of speckled band, there was a whistling sound going on in the middle of the night. The whistling sound is what... not control the snake, but more like command the snake to do something. So somebody was training the snake to do something based on the whistling sound. So that's what that is, I think. So this is definitely from Sherlock Holmes and the Speckled Band. Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuma-sama left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruhodo-san. We will. Also, didn't the ballerina was interested in something that that celebrities are not normally interested in? I don't know. So this is the ventilator. So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it, which was a snake. Whether they know that speckled band is a snake, I don't know. The speckled band as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we are. We did go to talk to her. Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. So it's starting to point towards Miss Pavlova. Is that everything? Are we missing something? Wait, this one's neat now. All the books provided for passengers occupying this cabin neatly arranged on the shelf. Wasn't it messy? Wasn't everything knocked down? They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. I remember. How do I remember that, but not remember the Russian letters on the floor? Okay. Oh, yes. You tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage. But, Sasato, that's disrupting the crime scene. You can't do that. You have to leave everything as it was. You could get done for that. It's disrupting the crime scene. I know this. Everyone knows that. You disrupted the crime scene. Sasato, or Susato, or however you pronounce her name. You're smarter than that, darling. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyways, I feel much better now they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. This whole apartment is untidy. Why do shelves of books make any difference? You've still disrupted the crime scene, Susato. You're an idiot. Something could have been important up there. Also, how did she arrange the books with the sailor over there without being, suspicious? Sato. Okay, the books on the shelves may not have been important, but she still disrupted the crime scene. Jesus Christ, he made me jump. You, where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosonaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later I will roll him into a ball and throw him in cold room. He's gone back to guarding the door. Yay. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? That's more than what Gumshoe did. Remember Gumshoe? Like, I hated him at first, but he was a lovable old dear Gumshoe. But Hosonaga is doing more for us than Gumshoe has ever done. When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at the carnival. Ooh, we do love a good steak. Depends on the steak, though. I don't like rump. I do love sirloin though, and I definitely love ribeye. I think ribeye is my favorite. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. Then more time to look forward to the steak then. So should we move? I feel like we should move. So, I think we could find Herlock's showrooms here. So, 9th of January, SS Bura, first class cabin passageway. Ah! Look, Naruto-san! Seaman Stroganoff is gone! Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Ugh, all these Russian names are impossible to remember. Which means you can go... Tra-la-la. Did you hear that? It sounds creepy. It sounded like someone singing. Well, it's very creepy. Tra-la-la-lee-lee-lee, I did the great detective way. Okay, no, it's Herlock Shymes. This caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely. Before that stringy knot crewman comes back. It's Stroganoff, not stringy knot. Move. I know we don't need to investigate the hall. Oh, nice. We finally get to investigate Miss Pavlova's place. 9th of January, SS Buria, first class cabin number 2. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Sasato-san. Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. This is from someone who's just thrown us onto the floor when we want to read Kazuha's diary. There's not a moment to waste, Naruto-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake. Kazuma's, not Kazuha's, that's my bad. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. But really? She's trusting us. We must solve this case, Naruto-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Alright, let's examine this area. Right. Sasato's been examining this area. Naruto-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here, yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Okay, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. That's hilarious. There's no place. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. And if it's a lady's wardrobe, I think it will look very weird. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. Oh yes, Miss Pavlova does have a pet staying there, which I presume is against cruise rules. But you can see the dish at the corner of milk. I think she might have a cat. Okay. So this is the door. This cabin door has the same multiple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody could enter the cabin from outside. And that's what happened in our cabin. That's why it was so weird. The cabin door was bolted, so no one can get in from outside. So how can somebody get in to murder Kazuma? Kazuma. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it wouldn't slide across of its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. And it seals up perfectly too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you couldn't use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why this is... Oh. So here's the untidy bookcase. All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. It's exactly the same as the bookcase next door, in Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? Then she would have some sort of injury on her, which I presume she didn't. Also, isn't she taking a break from ballet? Why would she run away from her ballet career to do more ballet? I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Exactly. Exactly. If I was running away from something that gives me so much pressure, the last thing I would want to do is practice something that was giving me pressure in the first place. Or giving me stress in the first place. All right then. Yeah, see? It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Yeah. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. You're in a crime scene. Actually, is this a crime? No, it's not a crime scene. And fine, Sasato, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open! It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, that we had to deduce ourselves, she was hiding her special friend in there. Based on the bowl of milk I'm seeing at the corner, I think it might be a cat. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. A cat. And more to the point, where is it now? So this is the... I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Do snakes have milk? Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Ah, do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What? A leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak on the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? Trying a little bit too hard. So this is her desk. I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Oh yeah. Naruhodo-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Yes, but investigators and detectives do that because the suspects normally throw away evidence. Sasato, you should be smarter than this. Ah, those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly. We have no choice. Let's go. Let's go into the bin. What's in there? There's hardly anything in here at all. But nothing could mean something. Surely she would have some rubbish, right? How long has she been staying in the cruise? Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Alright, the desk. There are just a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last... Oh, only ran away last night. Okay, then that's fair. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. No da. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. Lol. Okay, there's more over there. Let's have a look. Ah! Now what is this? What is this then? What? Oh, it's probably the bell. There's some tea. It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people. Or, because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. That would be more plausible. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'll lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? Okay, I think I've investigated thoroughly. Oh yes, so displayed in this cabin too. Look, the SS Bureau's rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. He's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. Well, that's not good. I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh yes, so do I. Ah, the ventilator! I was looking for you. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. That's a very good point. Ah, maybe. It's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Is that a thing? Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Also, people have been experiencing headaches, so there might be a gas leak somewhere between these two rooms. Yeah, last night Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. She barely hesitated there and she gave it a good tug too. That's something I would do, but sweetie, we're in Miss Pavlova's cabin. We're not supposed to be in here. You just gave us attention. You're an idiot. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. I didn't realize she could be so dumb. Susato! Why aren't we investigating? Have we? Okay. We have investigated everywhere. We literally found nothing. We literally found nothing. We found nothing. There's a saucer of milk. Picture. No. 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 No lamp. No. This thing. No. Well. But it connects to the room. I think we're done. I feel like there's more stuff to examine. These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. So by bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlova has broken the rules. She called it her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is inside the traveling case in her cabin. A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. We tried that. Oh, what about... Oh, there's nothing there, there's nothing there. Okay, we check that, we check that, we check that. We checked that. We checked you, didn't we? Yeah, we checked you. We talked to you, didn't we, darling? Oh yeah, the bolt was broken. Okay. Huh. What if it's... No. Why can't I investigate this bag? Surely you would want to investigate that bag. Why don't we investigate the hall? I don't think we've thoroughly investigated the hall. Miss Pavlova's cabin. This could be our chance. What? The burly sailor doesn't appear to be around at the moment. We could investigate. Every last inch of that cabin. Is that what I need to do? I'm not sure if we could go that far. We could certainly do with looking around more. I'm sure we could learn something. I didn't learn a thing. Oh shit, you scared the fucking crap out of me, Sherlock. Huh? It's Mr. Sholmes, look! Wow, you never know where he's going to turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. What you doing? Tra-la-la-lee-la-lee-la-lee, I did the great detective way. I don't know how he would sing. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky Herlock was about. Excuse me. I solved it all and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Ah! What is it? Do you want to fight? I love him so much. Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing. And I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good a time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now could you put those fists away? Herlock. I love him to bits. Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh yes, the ship's log. And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... Yes, there was. A murder happened. A murder happened. A murder happened. Examine. Little past... Sometime between 1 a.m. and a little past 2 a.m. There was a murder. Murder. And this is the diary. Interesting. Okay. No, sorry. Mr. Sholmes, continue. You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. I'm pretty sure that's a tiny bit racist, Sholmes. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewmen are off stand sentry in this first-class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. So nothing means something has happened. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report? Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean? Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? The murder, darling. That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. Surely this connects to the murder, right? This connects to the murder. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Has been entered into the court record. Thanks. That would be kind of useful. I feel like the cross-examining is going to come very shortly. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. My thoughts exactly. Now that's what we're talking about, Mr. Sholmes. That's what we're talking about. Although he is my favorite character in this. I think he's great. Oh, you started to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes Sholmes? Brilliance. I don't know how to do his laugh. Every time I try to do his laugh, it sounds fake. Ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Has he got a headache too? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason, nothing more. So I have a headache. Not me, we're in a sky. Hosagawa has a headache and Sholmes has a headache, which means, and there was mention of gas leak, which means something is leaking that causes people to have a headache. Now, when Hosagawa had a headache, I thought it was something to do with TB. Because, you know, losing blood causes a pounding headache, and which leads you to having extreme anemia. I know, I've had it before. You get a really pounding headache that paracetamol or painkillers would not help at all because you actually are low on blood, you are extremely anemic. But if it's not his TB, then Then Ryunosuke Shobs and Hosogawa has been having a headache. I don't know if Sasato has been getting a headache or Miss Pavlova, but these three guys are usually getting a headache. And it seems to be affecting the guys, not the girls, if that is the case. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still saying to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off down the passageway. Also, I just realized, we're on a ship. How are we going to do the cross-examination stuff? Are we doing all this in Hong Kong? Is that what's happening? Is something wrong, Sasato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... well, I feel the same. Have you been getting a headache too? Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. So it doesn't just affect the guys, it affects Sasato. Okay. A sort of continuous throbbing. So something is leaking. But what was leaking? Oh, you too? If one person has one headache, then it could mean anything. You can get headaches from anything. But if everyone has a same continuous throbbing in their head since this morning, then something is happening. I think there is some sort of gas leak, and I want to know why. Shall we move? I think we're good here. I want to... let's have a think. I want to move to Pavlova's cabin again to see if we're not missing anything. What was that? Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted a quarter-mile 4. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand them. They're sinking. They crashed. Oh! Hang on a second. There we go. Sorry. Sasato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. Is everyone okay? Everything is falling down. Looks like we avoided a collision. I think... yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. We're doing good. Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly. What? The bolt? Wait, what? So the door bolted itself? The door wasn't bolted? Look at that. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Sasato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... and... look at all the books. I wonder if this crash has happened before. This has happened before. He was murdered before the door was bolted. Ah! They're just like they were before again. Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? Yes, yes. I'd better tidy this place up first. Our violent emergency stop has solved one mystery at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around, tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. To be continued. Ah! Oh, shit. Yes. We'll save this. And we will continue after a break because I am ravenous. I am starving. I haven't had any breakfast. So I am going to go and get some. It's 11:30, so it's brunch for me. No, nothing there. It's 11:30, so it is brunch for me. So I'm going to go and get some food. Oh, it's a bit on the loud side. There we go. Anyway, I suggest you guys do the same. Do get some food. Do get a drink. Do go to the loo. Do get some air. And yes, I shall see you guys in a little bit.
My heart is a furnace, had a selling my word of conflict. One goes what keeps me going. Take back what I lost to the bosses of greed and fear. Yeah. Don't ask if I'm ready, but I'm ready to take them down now. The time for a new start is constantly drawing nearer. A river in a dry land, the lessons in a lost head. When the hope of new beginnings burned our feet, now we needed a heartbeat for demon. Oasis in a siege land, remind us from here, creating new life, creating rivers in the desert. When a cool drop of water's all I need, gotta clear my head of anger and greed. A place to refresh heart and mind. Can I find some time? And rivers and dry land, the last days are lost. When the hope of new beginnings burned our feet, now we needed a heartbeat for demon. Oasis in a siege land, remind
I am back! And I got myself a sandwich. I have gotten, oops, everything is fallen. I got cheese, cucumber, and spring onion sandwich. I was gonna have crisp with it, but we don't seem to have any. I thought we did. Let me just eat a sandwich because I am ravenous, and then we'll get back into the game. Also, this Sims 2 music is just a bop. I feel like it's missing some mayonnaise, so. I'm gonna go get some mayonnaise for my other sandwich, and then we can start. I've only just noticed the name of the case, Unbreakable Speckled Band. Surely that's a sign that it's a snake. Yeah. I'll be right back. This mayonnaise is new, so dipped in peel. Trying. Here we go. Who here loves mayonnaise? I'm sure there are many people that are going, ew, gross, mayonnaise, ugh. I love mayonnaise so much. There we go, it's a bit better. That looks better. And whoop. Okay. Back. Okay, now I am officially back. Alright, let's pause this. Oh, yes, best to be sure. Okay, are we ready? Let's go. Yeah. Mm. 9th of January, SS Buria, Miss Pavlova's cabin. Mm. That is so much better now. Mm. 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 So somehow the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. So Sato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. Mm-hmm. You! What you were doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. You know what? That's fair. That makes sense. It did cause a panic, though. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming, crew are running everywhere. This first class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? You wicked intruder! Dressed all in black, you are the devil! Sorry? Me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is the first. You opened my traveling case! How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector! Yes? Arrest this man! I know he did it! He is a criminal! Is it not enough that he has killed a man? Da! And he is a stowaway as well! If Vixen promises are not to steal chicken, do you believe? Ugh. Take him away! He is a trespasser as well as everything else! Stowing away, trespassing, killing! She is right, you are, devil! It doesn't look good, does it? There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. Right now? I just need to keep calm and focus on the task at hand, which is investigating. Don't touch my things! You want me to show you where crawfish hibernates? Hiya! What? Mr. Nahodo, what do you think you're doing? Wow, everyone's attacking me, and I was just starting to think she was my friend. Is there anyone who can help me out of this mess? Hello? What the fuck are you doing? Sherlock! What the? Just Sherlock to be in a random place. What the heck? What are you doing up there? Mr. Scholes? Why are you wearing a tiara? Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no. Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles, naturally. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. Ah, you again. The great detective. Ah, Inspector, I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Ah, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. I love Sherlock Holmes so much. What is to report? Speak. I know to report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved by me, naturally. Oh yeah? What did you deduce? Huh? What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your mind. Is he doing another deduction? Oh my god, I gotta be prepared. Am I deducing another deduction? Oh my god, this is actually really fun. Sorry. I am getting prepared. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Ha! You have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing student boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is this stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it! The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim, because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Da! Locked room! That is point! Why is he so adamant to get rid of me? Fuck off, Stroganoff. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. You're quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator. The ventilator, man. The ventilator? You think this is funny? I couldn't even put my arm through that hole. Well, that's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. That's what I was thinking. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Pavlova? Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Precisely, my dear madame. Well, we kind of all knew that before. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I am about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cause. Behold! Ow! What the? A snake! It is a snake! Oh my god, you can't see how cute this snake is. Look at it, it's adorable. It's so cute. I gotta put this back. But you... I'm sure. Oh no, I could put it underneath here. There we go. Until I need to move it otherwise. Oh no, I'll put it here. Do you see how cute this is? Oh my god, it's adorable. It's adorable. Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The speckled band. A snake? Indubitably. I mean, I knew that. It was in the actual Sherlock Holmes story. Mm. Mm-hmm. Wait, I thought we all knew it was a snake. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Hmm? What does a Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it stripy band. The striped band, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction, however. Do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? What trap? I'm seeing a fucking snake. Also, isn't this guy suffocating? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I have drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She's turned as white as a ball of ice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi? It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. Well, no shit. The snake seems to be happy though. He's having a time of his life. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Let's go. Let's do this, Herlock. Yes, the great deduction. The game is afoot. Let's go. Intruder's identity. This is the best one. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. Smart? Where? And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on a portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected. Another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. You're cute! Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. Wait, can't you just tell us what the actual breed of the snake is? What explanation can we then give prey? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake's sloughed skin. What? Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin, no? But can it change its design of the skin? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord to the other side of the bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters, which is what happened in the original story. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake, whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. Wait, is that true? So you say it's rare, so it's not actually an original thing that snakes do. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. Okay, I did check this. It was in India. A beloved speckled snake. Topic 2. How Mr. Asogi died. Let's go. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? Pavlova is silent. According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Except it wasn't. It was done by the broken neck. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. We already know it's the broken neck, but I don't think Herlock knows that. The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. There was no fangs. There was nothing to record apart from the broken neck. There was no wounds. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova, because I think, after the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you choose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. It must be a very strong snake to be able to move the case like that. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend? See, that's what I thought. To train? What's in the newspaper, darling? I just saw her having a newspaper out of her coat. Indeed, you put the serpent through the ventilator. Oh, wait. After a period, you summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. I love this so much. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. I heard the doors go. Okay, we're fine. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. Conclusion: death by a venomous snake's bite. See, I thought it was a bite, but there was no wound. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Okay. Everyone is in awe. Look at them. Like, what? The poor inspector is like, oh, what is this a person? Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible! You've solved the mystery. Amazing! Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Oh, Susato is thinking. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? Yes. Oh, but of course, what's on your mind? It says, about your deductions before, some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly. Well, at least he's open to opinions and criticism. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madame. And reptiles, don't drink. See, that's what I thought. I looked at the bowl of milk and I immediately thought of cats because I don't know if snakes drink milk. I've never seen that before. Don't drink milk. Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter! No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example, the logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. So it can't listen to the whistle. Ah. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling. But madame, what are the tales from Arabia? Arabia, that's true. Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sounds of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. Think Sherlock Holmes has got duped. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. They're not. They manage to move with no bones. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. Then it should try hard. Then it should try harder. Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. Also, it's adorable. Oh, he looks dejected, Mr. Sholmes. Also, Nago is also quite speechless. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. Yes, I had a feeling that was coming, and I hoped it had come. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? You've done it again. Your handcuffs are gone. Where did they go? Fear not, I shall see they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Oh, poor Inosuke. Now everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Right, here we go again. It's my turn now. Yee! Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. She does have a pained expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-sama's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. She's looking at her hand. She's looking at her left hand. Why is she looking at her left hand? Claw scratches. So I was right, it was a cat! No, how does that look? That is like a very painful wound. How did she hide that? How did we not notice that? It looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. And fairly recently too. Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here. She really does look troubled. Yes, it's hard to believe she's putting that expression on to fool us. But if you look closely, it's almost like she's actually staring at something. At what, do you think? Perhaps something's physically causing her pain. We should have a closer look. Well, we already got... But that's obviously causing her pain. So why can't I... Left ear? Wait, hang on a second. She has such petite ears among that beautiful hair, like little pink shells. Oh, what's that? There's something dangling down from her ear. Ah, that's an earring. The crescent moon part looks as though it's made from wood. It's charming, isn't it? Women do seem to love adornments like that. In their hair, around their necks, on their fingers, and even hanging from their ears, it seems. Well, jewelry is beautiful, Naruhodo-san. She has such petite ears. Oh, what's that? There's something attached to her ear. It is an earring, I'm sure. Oh, I expect that's what's called an earring. It's a little piece of jewelry. An earring, is it? It really is tiny. Perhaps part of it is missing. Maybe it broke off. So now all that's left is the clasp part that attaches to the ear. If that's the case, she doesn't appear to have noticed that it's broken. Oh my god, yeah. So she's missing this. Oh, okay. I thought it was physical pain. Mm.
What do you fancy for dinner?
Doo-doo. So despite being in the neighboring cabin, you failed to notice what was happening to Mr. Asogi next door. And for that you can't forgive yourself, can you? A feeling I understand all too well. That's alright. I don't think my microphone can take the noise. Oh no, it doesn't take the noise at all. The guilt is bad enough, but Mr. Sholmes's accusatory words add salt to the wound and hurt your ears. What? What precisely was your intention with that, Mr. Naruhodo? Sometimes the truth hurts. Well, the truth is, you do not have a turn for observation or deduction. Did that hurt? Ow! Yes, a lot. Okay, so I have to present the claw marks. Okay. Nah. So we would have to present the clawed mark. The snake is so funny. Oh my god.
Yes!
Yes! That was it. That claw scratch smarts with pain. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. So she has a kitty. Not a snake.
Murder kitty.
Murder kitty. No, they think it's a murder snake. The speckled band. Have you heard of...
I thought we figured out that it couldn't be a snake.
So my assistant pointed out that it can't be a snake because it would need help to climb up to get into the ventilator. And that the victim couldn't be bitten by a snake because there were no fang marks on it. He died of a broken neck.
Which of these were yours?
So I had a vegetarian one and a blue top one, which I presume is a chicken.
Yeah. You have a classic one.
Oh yeah, that's mine too. I only had one, which was the green one. What are you trying? What's that one?
It just says rice noodles with a curry flavoured broth and dried vegetables.
Sounds quite nice. Sounds very nice indeed. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch? Also, why are snakes lame?
No, I thought that's what the game said.
Yeah, that's what the game's... Well, it didn't say it was lame. She said there were reptiles. And that is the reason why this can't happen. sometime last night. Pavlova. When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? It was a cat. It was a cat. There was a bowl of milk. Ah, as I suspected. Another telltale glance. Without doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. It is not. It is a cat. There was a bowl of milk and she's got scratch marks on her hand. It seems likely that the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except snakes don't have claws, do they? They do not. Because that would be terrifying. No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true nature of this friend of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. That's where we'll find the answer. Oh my god! You were looking over at this framed photographic print, weren't you, Miss Pavlova? But let's not be distracted by the print itself. Oh no. It's the frame that is your friend, isn't it? Because it so beautifully displays whatever you put inside it. What precisely was your intention with that? Oh wait, what? I was trying to... You have to be so freaking specific. I wasn't pointing at the photographic frame, I was pointing at the photograph. Go for it. I don't have the cat tray.
No, it's all good.
Oh, okay. Love you too. So I'm just gonna get the photograph frame. No! Aha! Oh, I have to click on it to zoom in. Gotcha. Oh, look at the photograph in this frame. This must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She is exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true. Oh my god, you're so cute! Oh, it's your little black kitty. Oh, yes, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. It's a kitty. Maybe we better take a closer look at this. Nice! Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Darko is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darko would appear to be a Russian blue. Ah, clever. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this poor dude, he must be suffocated. Come on, aren't you gonna can't you get someone to remove this snake off of this man's head? This specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. That does look speckled. Yes, that's what you are trying, but failing to conceal. Can only be the snake's sloughed skin. Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would ever have known. Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Sholmes' specialty. He's ever so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was his specialty, or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake. Yeah, it looks like a cloth. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Looks like we're gonna have to look at it. It's a cat's toy. Well, it is speckled, and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth of some sort, and that looks like a handle at one end. I think it may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce to catch it. Aha, that sounds positively adorable.
Yes!
Woohoo! Yes, the thing you are trying but failing to conceal is a cat's toy. Precisely in the true nature of the now infamous speckled band that killed Kazuma. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. Ah, she's trying to get the cat. She was trying to get the cat's attention. That was, oh wow, that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume? Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can be only one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah, that's funny. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Daka. You think the kitten is a truly troublesome feline, young Daka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing a photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova? Sure. Oh, but the kitten looks so cute. The kitten can't be the murderer. No. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and it ran up the spell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Daka, She is so naughty. A beloved kitten. Solved! So how Mr. Asogi died. We're not done yet. Let's go. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life? And why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Well, now that we know it's a cat, what Mr. Sholmes says is true. What Mr. Sorry, this is Sasato. What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah yes, I knew it was one or the other. What, post-mortem report or poison? His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebra is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. That's true. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. His face. He's like, you serious, Sherlock? Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably, Darker didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Well, yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man, so he's not clumsy. Well, we need to fix his deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? By a blunt object, the piece of a small glass.
Yes!
Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of fact. Ooh. Beeswax, tallow and dye were my results, the undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the colour of the polish is a perfect match to the colour of Mr. Asogi's laced leather shoes. Poor Pavlova, she has no idea what the fuck she's going on. All she wants was her cat back. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. Because I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you choose. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma somehow merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. And if this part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. So it's not a traveling case. I just wish this text is out of the way. The tiara links you to the victim's death in that tiara? How? I can give it a try. Nope, it's not right. We are so wrong. No, we lost this one. Shut up, Herlock. Why is it when he gets deductions wrong, everyone is praising him, but when I get deductions wrong, I get a fucking beating? So the traveling case is empty. So it's not the tiara. It's not the wine. Stop it! Stop showing the tiara. Hang on. Ah, somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here. It hasn't been dropped, Naruhodo-san. It's been placed. I'm starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes. Stop trying to sound like the great detective. What's inside? This is where Miss Pavlova hid her friend. That's right, and it wasn't a snake after all. No, it was that little kitten she calls Darker. Not that it's anywhere to be seen now. It seems to have left itself out of the case and gone exploring. I expect it's wrapped itself around someone's head somewhere, trying to make a new friend. Either that, or it's scratching their hand to pieces. Right. This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them, but Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. There's a... Oh! What's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? How have you not seen this, Sato? Yes, it is, and I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. Nope.
Yes.
Nice. That's right. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Amateur move. Amateur move. Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? Yeah. Oof. You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? Hey, I don't. I wonder... Oh, wait. Is that the bell that the kitten was wearing? Where's the photograph? I thought it looks familiar. Hello. It's the very bell that the kitten wears. So the kitten was in that room. I don't know in that hushed Russian accent of yours. Won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Nailholder. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be... Oh, I can present this.
Yes.
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darker's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. How can the bell... No, a cat's bell would not cause a broken neck on someone who is highly athletic. Come on now. This young man who lost his life last night did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the course of that fateful stumble. This is amazing. Your absent feline friend, Darker. Loaf, if someone tells me that my cat could possibly be the murderer of an important person, I would flip. Or murder of anyone, really. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Death by tripping over a cat. It's not funny. It's not funny. He died, but it's funny. Oh, wow. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darker, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. That is true. And the only way to do that is I know it sounds cruel, but when you have a new cat, you want it to stay in the house for about a week without going out, so that it's, more accustomed to its surroundings. It would be very anxious at first, but you gotta let it, sniff around, be curious around, so that it become familiar with its new environment. Now, clearly, being on a boat where surrounded by water, it's not going to do well for a cat. So the poor cat was probably very, very anxious. Not only because it's in a place where it's unfamiliar, But cats can sense water. Cats can sense that they are near water and it's on a boat, so naturally it would be very terrified. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. To try and get away from the water, I presume, because when you're high up, it's probably, you know, more away from the water as she could possibly get. And that is how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it? Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed darker with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it safe to try to lure the kitten back again? By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Daka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favourite toy, I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing, she didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... Oh, that doesn't sound good! I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. You mean stepping on the cat? Because it was attached to its collar. The SS Brewery is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. If Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet, the combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. Ouch! That's really unfortunate. That is super unfortunate. I forgot that the ship was lurching sharply away from something. So think of that and the cat tripping. Ooh, that's just unlucky. That's really unlucky. But what became of the kitten afterwards? She doesn't know. In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darko is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again. Really? You're trying to trap her into a case? How would she breathe? Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself, at least. Yep. When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. But, so, can someone explain the snake then? Scared that they would send me back. Sasato is quiet. What's on your mind? Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? Yes, thank you! You're right, where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it and where did it come from? What on earth is such a this creature doing on board this ship? Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is Piroshko. Hmm? What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Yes! Hosonaga, yes! Oh, I forgot. Now we are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long with that close friend without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in? No venom. Piroshko does not have venom. He is harmless, very long but very gentle. He is adorable like Granny. Well, he's currently curling up over your head, my dude. It's venomless? Yes, now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like they say they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Piroshko eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. Ah. Oh, so... is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course! How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Oh, Sherlock. Oh, Sherlock. Ah, he looks so dead. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. Which means your deductions are very, 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 very wrong, my dude. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It didn't. The cat is. It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My Piroshko is nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. I see everyone is silent. I'm quite speechless myself. This is insane. Miss Pavlova? I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotoba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. I'm no great detective like Mr. Shams. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. So there's more to it? There's more. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh? I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Not again. When did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrists as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. What's that? The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes. Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. What conclusion is that? No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. I'm trying to remember what she said. What did she say? If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. About how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. What did you do, Pavlova? So then, shall we begin? Yes! Yes, indeed. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Hang on just 1 second. The books are neat. I thought the books were messy. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Yes, because of the Russian letters. Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin by the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Come on, Inspector. You're smarter than that. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. I get the feeling it's this, the Russian word, the Russian letters.
Yes.
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. Right, because if his neck is broken, it would be instant death. He wouldn't write that, and even if he did, he wouldn't know Russian to write it. That's script. It's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language, Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. No, he wasn't. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. No, that doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Asogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebra resulting in instant death. Instant death. So... Ah! Which means after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything. Because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So Sato-san has noticed it too then? Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words...
Yes!
Oh, no, it's not that one. I think the two are starting to see nothing of the sort, and that was the evidence to prove it. Fuck! If it was no accident, then what we should be looking for is one of two things. Either the absence of something you would expect to find at the scene of an accident, or the presence of something you wouldn't. Most so compendiously put, my dear madame. Ah, I see. I confess your rather languid I see doesn't fill me with confidence, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe in you. Well, more than Mr. Shams does anyway. Well, thank you, Sasato. That's really kind of you. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction. This?
Yes!
Nope. I am not seeing it at all. I only got 3 lives left. So either that's not there, but should be, or it is there, but shouldn't be. Let's really doesn't narrow it down. Wait, a strong blow to the area. For fuck's sake. But it's a strong blow. The presence of something you wouldn't. I don't believe in myself. He was writing in his diary, maybe? He was writing in his diary?
Yes.
Oh, for fuck's sake, I don't know. What does Susako say? If it was no accident, then what we should be looking for is one of two things. Either the absence of something you would expect to find at the scene of an accident, or the presence of something you wouldn't. Presence of something that wouldn't. I just wish I could hear Pavlova's story again.
Yes.
Oh, this piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. Yeah, that's why I didn't pick it. We already know everything about it. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's really what happened, then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Oh yeah. Oof. Oof. Oh wow. Okay. Ah. Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. Okay, that gives me the fright! So you reckon Miss Pavlova was in there? And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asogi's... You are wasting time! Someone else was there? Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And only other person in cabin when young student died was you.
Yes!
It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shot inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Ooh. Man. Sorry. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. Also, and then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell anyway? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamps suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light onto the floor there. Little wonder then that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? A little bit. Seaman Stroganoff? Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills as she went away to join ballet company. But before she was dancer on this ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. This is very interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You're a great detective, you should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin. Not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Net, it's impossible. He's right. It's annoying, but he's right. But wait, I read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside. Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, with not a gap inside. No threads or needles or magnets could have been used. Nope. No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Sato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that? So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of the cabin door from the outside? One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Shams means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you. Yes, it was the tilting. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside. In here? I only have 1 life left. Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the... From the outside. Nothing is highlighting. What? I mean, I know what it is. I just don't know how to... I just don't know how to go outside. How do I go out? Wait, how do I do this? Oh! Do I show based on the history? No. Point out the telling signs of the method that was... How? How do I get out? Yeah, let's have a look. Nothing is highlighted. I don't know what to do. I know what it is, but I don't know how to get there. Now you're just being tricky. How do I get out? Point out the telling signs of the method that was used to slide the cabin door bolt across from the outside. Like tilting? No, how?
Yes.
Oh, that's how I do it? I lost all my life. God damn it. I was guilty. Sadly, Mr. Naruhodo. Despite being all about trifles, great deduction is no trifling matter. There is no place for guesswork. Sorry. I'm afraid you have developed a shocking habit for it, and it is quite destructive to the logical faculty. Reasoning is an art, and there are only so many times you can erase your work. Fuck! I need to think everything through again from the start. I believe in you. Those eyes of yours won't let you down. I'm sure they'll help you find the truth in the end. Right. I need to put trust in my own observational skills. Oh, I'm going right back. Okay, so let's think this through. Let's not lose some lives. How about that? About the cat, the kitten. So that's how I present it. Okay. So we figured out that this was not an accident. We present this first. Because of the script being in Russian and that he couldn't write it at all because it was instant death, that was obvious. Then it was the bell because it's broken. One side of the bell is in another room while the other is left behind. Which is this. We got that. So which means we have more lives to spend to figure out what to do. The glass bell, it was tripped. There's one fatal flaw. There was one half of one cabin room and the other in the other cabin room. In the waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Yes, Miss Pavlova. Oh no. But these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. At least I didn't go to the cell for it. I was worried I was going to go to the cell. That when Mr. Asogi died last night in his cabin. We think it's Miss Pavlova. The guard steps in and says, "No, it is me." We can essentially... Was me. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. He's my favorite character. Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. But how would they know that you were in the wardrobe? Funny, just thought of that actually. The only person who would have known I was in that wardrobe was surely somebody. Mm-hmm. Which is true. We do. And then he steps in and says, nope. So this is where we have to... Okay, so this is where we have to prove that you can actually bolt the door from the outside. Wait a minute, Sasato rang the bell. And then all of a sudden there was an emergency. I wonder if it was the same in Kazuha. Okay, so when the cat was climbing down the... was climbing up or down the ribbon bell thing. I wonder if it might be the bell. Yeah, okay. So should her. So I think it was to do with this bell. I don't think this is the bell to call for like a waiting service. I think this is a bell in case you have an emergency.
Yes.
No? But Sasato rang the bell, and all of a sudden there was an emergency. Oh, we've seen it happen. Okay, the last thing I wanted to pick was the bookcase.
Yes.
Look at the bookcase there. See how all the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's what's known as the force of inertia, acting on the objects. Is there nothing Sasato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt. The bolt on the cabin door. Huh? It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Oh, yes. That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of Inertia, if you want to call it that. Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asogi was killed? The SS Bureau made another emergency stop. Fuck! Yes! When I woke up this morning, I looked around the cabin. I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It was almost as if someone had run their hands across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asogi's cabin. Oh my! Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Boya made emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room? Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there, telling you only to press the button in times of emergency. Yes. This one. Oh, see, that's what I was thinking of trying to get there, but I didn't know how to get to the outside. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interests of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. He made the emergency stops. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. You serious, Mr. Sholmes? He sounds almost proud of himself, but you know, and then like, you know, made the crime even more confusing than it actually was, and to, you know, make the ship stop. How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learnt a valuable lesson. Oh yeah, what's that? When a vessel makes an emergency stop, The bolts on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did this ship make an emergency stop, or did it not? You are idiots! Buria is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh... Fuck, I don't know. It's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Really? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? This one. Why is it... Okay, never mind. Well, it's this one anyway.
Yes.
Seaman Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first class area of the ship, isn't that right? Da, that is correct. Why? And the ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine. Ah, you rather careless left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log? That is... Da! Because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report," wouldn't you? Yeah. What did it do? Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m. something happened here aboard the SS Buria. Go, Herlock, shown. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why? Oh, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good... Yeah, that's a very good point. Fuck. Shit. What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Oh, yes, I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe. Are you saying everyone has been drugged? And had those handcuffs put on me by that point? Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? I wonder if everyone was drugged. Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Ah, well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes! In fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh shit! Someone drugged the chicken! And Kazuma didn't have it, and yet he was murdered? Oh really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? Oh, the music's gone quiet. Why? This is so... My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No! Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug? Shit! Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. No, actually, that sounds pretty spot on. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes! Well, Seaman? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Shit, wait. So there was a newspaper about a guy. Hang on, let me see if I can find it. Oh, it's going to be in Russian, isn't it? I wonder if it's something to do with this guy. I don't know. Oh, he's averting his eyes. Me dude, we know you're lying. Please, no more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia, we wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Duh, we could not make all drug, how do you say, dissolve? Ugh, talk about heavy seasoning. At midnight in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat, while all the passengers of the SS Buria slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Oh, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins, because chicken is delicious. After which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes! The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway. And so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. This is a lot to take in. This is a lot to take in. You have talked a long time and said many things. He did. That is Sherlock Sholmes. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present on the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But I don't know about any of this. I am just a little girl. Oh, Pavlova, you like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories we don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I am quite of the same disposition. My good man, observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind? What accusatory cry of guilt? Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such a call with your ears. No, you must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. Is it another deduction? What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Let's go. I am ready. Oh, we need to ask you for my assistance. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two prevaricators. Observation? If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely, you are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Chunky arms. Hello, what is this? There was ink there.
Yes.
Aha! You cheeky bitch. Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain? What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. And I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves what that stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is.
Yes.
Yes, it's this photograph and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink. A rather unusual colour of ink, purple. The penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of exactly the same colour. Aha! If the ink had been dry, you couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in Dead Student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed a button to make Buria do emergency stop and bolt cabin doors shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Biff, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet. Biff, please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one. My little furry friend. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cabin, and he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Yes, that is right. So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She says she was worried when she heard sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? I already told you. When Nina opened door of student's cabin and looked inside, I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Da. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. That's scary if that happens just by tripping over. God damn. I understand and I believe you. Ooh. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes? Look at old Mr. Sholmes. This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck. Therefore, the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to me somewhat unnatural. That the neck doesn't look broken? What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, to me, it looks like it's not broken. Oh, well... Which part of this photograph? It seems unnatural. The fist? He's clutching onto something. This? Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist just doesn't seem quite right. Oh my god, was I right? Was I right? The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Let's go. Why, of course, my dear madame. Would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. The missing earring! I was wondering where that was. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks... It is familiar somehow. It's Pavlov's earring! I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe, find the answer with your own eyes. Pavlov, you know.
Yes!
Woohoo! Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear. Even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding it on must have broken, I suppose. Eh? What? But looking at your other ear, I notice a crescent moon. I don't believe it! Pavlova! Now the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, that he snatched it? Miss Pavlova. Mr. Asogi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear, perhaps just moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell from with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel. No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Oh, she's the murderer. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day... Darker, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darker would not come back. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. Young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darker and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again and I was going to leave the man's cabin... Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah. Oh, of course, you're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No, I don't know that name. Well, nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on this ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then Darker jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet, and as he turned around to look at me... Oh no, that hurt. I pushed him. Ah! Oh, that, oh, no. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door? Yes. I went into the cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. Shoot, so you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged the young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to right on floor. I wrote I don't know if I'm pronouncing Russian correctly, so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what did the glass spell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was stuck in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished job. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway? Yes. Accordingly, the SS Buria did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? He's got a point. He's got a point. Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Inspector! Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was a friend of mine. He said an inspector was his friend. Yes, meaning me. who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? Susanto has no mercy, does she? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? I think he wanted to see Ryunosuke. Oh, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. He was going towards the wardrobe to get Ryunosuke. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. One more deduction! What? Another deduction? Let's go! Yes, what action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama? Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. If there's one thing I've learnt today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze of where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? The wardrobe. Oh, it's a bit weird.
Take that!
Considering everything that happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes. However, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Oof, Miss Pavlova. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. Yeesh. Oh. I'm sorry, really. I'm so sorry. Okay, I can see that she's feeling very, very guilty. She's still... The man is still lost alive. And so at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. So what's going to happen to Pavlova then? 9th of January, 7:14 p.m. SS Buria first class cabin passageway. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? Yeah, Mr. Sholmes can do that? What the heck? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's an exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help her, Angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. No more shackles. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste. But... well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh. Yes. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. Wait, I do? We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes, I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. That is fair. So you should get back to your cabin now. Back to your cabin. Oh, it looks so grim. Doesn't it look so grim? Ooh, it looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. To think that only days ago Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Oh, that scared the living daylights out of me. Why is this game keep scaring me? God damn. Sasato-san? No, Hoda-san, I didn't know you had returned. Well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack. You know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Oh, no. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Sasato-san. Yeah, that's really scary. It's really scary. He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth, that it was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much now, Hoda-san. It's just too much. Oh. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector! My duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. No, Nobody blames you, Inspector. I was going to say, nobody blames you. And you look a lot better as well, Inspector. And I'm free again now, at least. Huh? It's Harlock shows! Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo! What is the meaning of this? Oh, this is going to be so much fun. Oh, a travelling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them, for old time's sake. Shall we say, you are a stowaway after all? Ah, 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 ah! He thinks this is funny? Lol. It's pretty hilarious. Mr. Shams. We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. Heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Why not? We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. Eesh, that's gonna be tough. What? Wait a minute! It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. No, I don't care for me, but... Poor Sasato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Me? I'm a lawyer, aren't I? I'm a lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Sasato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Huh? But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry. In that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. I have no idea what the law was like in Great Britain back in Victoria times. Mr. Naruhodo. That's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody can learn all of that in just 40 days? Yeah, it's pretty... Law is... There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? for Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. Then go do it, Runescape. What do you say, Mr. Sato? Oh my god, this is the first time she smiles. I think it's a wonderful idea. This is the first time she smiles. Thank you. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? Oh, I'm gonna love this little bickering duo, one lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, I love these two already. Qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Oh, thank you, Herlock Sholmes. Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Oh, I do feel bad for Hosonaga. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'll do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. Oh, we got a team! We've got a team! Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder... Would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer? I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And Mr. Naruhodo? I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Karuma. Oh, that's a pretty name. Very well. I accept. I'll treasure it always. Thank you. So now I'm all set to Great Britain. However, I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to carry a sword through the streets. So then, Mr. Sato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. Goodness, what is it? What is it, Sasato? Please throw me to the ground. What? 3 times! What? What? Well, yeah, what? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away and the cabin door was locked from the inside. No, I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you, and not just once, but 5 times. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Okay, so what happens if someone... Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. But... What if someone comes in and sees him throwing a girl onto the floor? They're gonna ask questions and he will be in absolute deep trouble. What? No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Noaholder. It isn't a skill one requires without considerable training. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Trust Mr. Sholmes. Trust Mr. Sholmes to come in to rescue us. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling. Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jiu-jitsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, I believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. Okay, this is so cute. I wonder if he'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I would be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate to my dear madame. Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah. Not again. That's 6 times now. As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Oh, yes, arresting indeed. And that is what you termed the Susato takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was a Susato squash. What's the difference? In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Oh no, this is going to be sad. Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul in this case. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in 2? Not that you would need much compelling on that subject. There's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do? I still don't know what that was. Oh, I hope we figure it out. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. I hate London so much. The end. Well, we finished the case. Crash course candidate. Yes, save. Alright, so I am going to leave it there. I think that is a good end there. So yes, I hope you very much enjoyed this. I do hope you very much enjoyed this stream. I'm so sorry, the webcam for some reason is gone very, very odd. How long has it been like that? There we go. It likes to have a moment. Anyway, yes, but that is a good end to the stream. I do hope you very much enjoy the adventures of the the Ace Attorney, the Chronicle Ace Attorney Adventures or something. No, the Ace Attorney Chronicles. I don't even know what game I was playing. Anyway, I am going to leave it here. Just to let you know, tomorrow I am going to be going back to streaming Disney Dreamlight Valley because everyone seems to be enjoying that. But yeah, I'll be starting that around the same time. Before I go, I'm going to raid somebody. Let's see who he's up and about. Not a lot of people are up and about, are they? Oh, okay. There's some recommended channels. Let's see about this one. There's someone who is playing Disney Dreamlight Valley, and she seems very, very cute. I'm gonna send you to her. Her name is Gabby. Because I'm pretty sure you want some calmness after the case. But yeah, that is going to be it. As I say, I will be continuing streaming Disney Dreamlight Valley tomorrow. So if you're interested, do come by and say hi. I greatly appreciate you, lovelies. Anyway, this has been very fun, and don't worry, sometime next week I will continue with more adventures of Ace Attorney. Anyway guys, do take care. Hope you have a let me start the music. Alright, do take care, have a wonderful rest of your day, and I shall see you tomorrow. Bye bye.